Hello, hello, how are you? I hope you're doing well. If you're watching YouTube, you can catch us live at twitch.tv/TalkSmile2. And if you are watching on YouTube and you'd like to see, maybe you'll like, maybe you'll comment, maybe you'll subscribe. And if you'd like to see, feel free to leave a dislike and tell me why. I hope you have a wonderful day, and let's get into this. Alright, let me quickly check to make sure you can hear me. You know how it goes, you know how it goes. You're gonna hear Kitty. Gotta make sure. Yep, okay. Done. Mic is working. Because you know the day that it doesn't work is gonna be the day I forget to check. Alright, let's get into this. Make sure I can see here. Yep. Alright. Alright, we can see last time what I worked on. I suppose no one's gonna be in yet. Yeah, I hear you. I don't care. No. You can't fool me. Nope. You have to ignore my cat. He has decided he is just not happy with the idea of being in here today. But unfortunately for him, he cannot be loose. So... yeah. Anyway. Just kinda how it goes. I do need to clean things up a little bit. Yeah, I can't use this. Uh-huh. Like this, right? Let's just make a couple of these. Yeah. Hello! Thank you for the same chat. Ibrahim? How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello, hello, hello. Ooh, ooh, ooh. You'll hear Kitty in the background there. He's not happy with me right now, but he's not. Yeah. I put these like all by these. Anyway, how you doing? Under. Fair enough. I do. Let's see if this actually works. Putting these down randomly right now. As you can see, this is my long-term world. Long-term is in like 2 years. In May, the next month. What's up? Depends on the favor, man. But overall, probably. Yeah. You can ask. Oh, that's right, I forgot to put this down. How about one? Why? Thanks. I don't really have a space for that right now here. I could give you a chicken. These guys are gonna live. I have to get a, Because the thing is, this is all planned out, kind of, at this point. I have trees that have been named in such a manner upstairs. I've got the chickens that you can name right now. Like, I'm not against it, I'm just saying I don't think I have any space. Right now. Like I said, this is a little bit complicated. This isn't really, I don't really have something like that here. You see. Effectively, what we mostly have that are akin to that, I can get a sign. What are trees that have been named? Because this area is not really changing all that much. Yeah, like these. Do you like a sign on a tree? Other than that, I don't really do that kind of thing, I'm gonna be honest. Do I have any signs? I think I do. Ow. Let me go see if I have a sign. But, like I said, I don't really do that. If I have a sign in here? Yeah. Oak, mangrove, or jungle? Or cherry? No. I'll give you a sign, but that's it. Let's pick one. Right now we have 4, and I'm willing to make a different one if I have the stuff already done up here. Okay. Let's do jungle. Easy to read and easy to see. This is in general, like if you don't have something animal-wise to name. Kind of thing. Let's pick one back here. I haven't done any of the ones back here. How about this one? And just your username? Like this? Or like this? There you go. Sure. Alrighty. Anything else? I have to go sleep. Really quickly. No problem. If you say so, dude. Alright, I need to... Oh, hey, it's actually working. I didn't actually think it was gonna be working, I'm gonna be honest. Because I was pretty sure I had too much light. Cool. Nice. Woot. Alrighty, I am going to... Need to gather up some materials so I can go sell and... heal up my shovel there. Since I haven't done that, I'll just carry what I've got. There we go. Let's go heal the shovel. And then I guess we'll get some more work done over there, because we're gonna, like I said, we're gonna clear out the hill. Because the city must expand out that way. Kinda, sorta. Sorta. If I'm gonna get to where I'm gonna put my bee farm. Right. Alright, let us get some emeralds. Yeah, I knew they'd already have started working. It's fine. I need to be on this. There we go. Thank you. Hi, Tama. My cat is being... Well, actually, he's calmed down now, but he was not happy. He threw a fit. He did not want to have to stream today, but I can't leave him loose. Or he'll go harass the sisters under the doors and cause my siblings to have issues sleeping. I don't want that, so he's weak. Anyway, other than that, I'm glad to hear you're doing fine, by the way. As you can see, I started working on kind of taking down the hill last time. Fair enough. Yeah, cats are cute, but they are very, very whiny. Anyway, I need to fill up the shovel more, but we're clearing this out. I found several spots that were had a bunch of mobs, so I do kind of hope that my creeper farm's slowly getting better. But yeah. I figure since I'm migrating right now anyway, a mindless task while I'm working also on the buildings and stuff is not so bad. And this has honestly already been cleared out quite a bit. I figured it would take longer, but it really didn't. It went pretty quickly. I am curious though, where is the... I can actually hear the creepers now. Yeah, that did make a difference. It was like here, I think. Yeah, mind grain. Yeah. Today I have a ghost energy drink, I guess. Just a small one. To help mitigate it. I really should have done it yesterday, but I just didn't want to. Because I had already done several. Like, they're tiny cans. 2 of these cans make up a normal can. But for just work, it helps. Alright. So I need to make a decision on how to quickly kind of just get the XP that I need. So let's go see where the chickens are at that were being cooked. Any chance? Yeah, I could totally do this. Hmm? Not really. There we go. You know what? Let that do that thing. I'm gonna come back for a full stack. Alright, well, I mean, that did that. That was nice feeling. It filled up. I was pretty sure that would be the case, but I wasn't sure. 100%. Alright, let's see how much more we can clear out here. Like I've said last time, I'm gonna move this floor up. But I really do want to start getting up an area for my bees, which means grindy work. I mean, we can chit chat still, obviously, but this is work I've been putting up for a little too long at this point, I think. If I'm being totally honest. Alright. There we go. Alright. Gotta keep clearing this out. Oh, I forgot to clear my inventory before I started this again. Let me go dump these, come get the blocks, go dump those. Woo. Alright, we still have some room. The flowers go up here. These obviously go here. Forgot to buy the quartz. I should have bought the quartz. We need quartz. Tisk. Here, these are gonna go for this anyways, so this can go here. I'll deal with it later. It's a little bit of cleanup. Chickens. How much time do I have? I have like a couple seconds. Anyway, there were like 5 or 6 mobs just trapped in a cave up here. In one cave, and then the other one there was like 4 or 5-ish? Or 2, that was only like 2 or 3, but it... point either way is that's mobs that are not... that are counted towards that mob cap. Alright. See if we can jump our way to a bed. I should have gone back for the blocks. I overestimated myself. Something like that, actually. If you really think about it, yeah. They just got to chill there and take up mob cap spots. So I killed them. Most of these spots are lit up. It's just that there was one up here, for example. Hey, yo, Dragon! How you doing? Migraines are no fun. So, yeah. Fair enough. Well. Yeah. Other than that, I guess you can go for the most basic thing that... There. Anyway, but as you can see, I've kind of cleared out quite a bit. Right now, art. I mean, well, it usually is, but... If I was so focused on my drawing I have been doing, I realized, oh, I forgot to do my Easter cards, so I've been working on that. Yeah. Well, just like what I usually do, you know, every year, or on every holiday. That I remember to make something for. Let's see. There we go. Alright, so we can pick up a couple of these as well. I mean, luckily I'm not doing anything too difficult, so it won't take too long. I just would have already been done if I'd actually focused on it. So they're not gonna be as nice as they could have been. Realistically speaking. Well, part of today's goal is just to kind of flatten this out a little bit more. I'd like to get to the point where I'm down there. I know I can use TNT and all that. Let me be clear. I'm starting to get to that point, but I want to let at least one double chest fill before I start doing that. Other than that, I mean, continuing work on the... I probably want to do a little bit more work on the, this stuff. As I've gotten a little bit more work done there. That you can see, I think. Like, I have changed this building, and have actually built up some of the building. The front part of the building. I'm gonna adjust how the floors are and stuff, but that's why I want to have a building eventually. I want to just kind of get to the point where I can do it. But I want one, because the warehouse style building, I want to put the bees in. I wanted to put it back here. I decided I'd just clear this out a little bit more. See how far we get, all that kind of thing. And especially, as I said, I've been pretty migraine-y. I just figured this is just a good way to kind of clear stuff out. And, I mean, I've already gotten quite a bit done yesterday, but... There we go. Boop, 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 boop. Like, I mean, look at this. We're doing pretty good, actually. But it is going to take a lot of work. Honestly, before I start like blowing things up, I do think I want to get down to a layer I think will be more indicative of kind of just doing that with. Because right now, it's going to mostly just be dirt. And it just doesn't really feel that worth it. The amount of digging and stuff that has to be done anyway. So, I wanted to dig it down a little bit more to where... Yeah. And then I probably ended up digging all the way down anyway. Because I can't stop myself from being extremely manual kind of individual. I have the easy way. But as I said, this is actually letting me kind of go through and find some caves I didn't know were there, and now I do. So that is helping. I also have to make decisions on where things go and stuff, and how. Now, obviously, this stays. The question becomes more along the lines of how many layers are there in between? I think what I want to do is, and this is where having these is going to be useful, because I want to build a little bit of shape in a weird sort of way, right? To this as well. So what I'm thinking is I'd like the bridge to stay. I do like the idea of this being like this, but what I'm thinking maybe is... kind of if we come down here a second. Definitely to at least here-ish. Let me see, on the other side... this is like a place where I wish we had the dirt able to be in slabs, because that'd be amazing, but we can't, so oh well. Alright, so then we remove these. Don't know if you're getting the vision, but I'm thinking that basically there's just like a... it climbs up. And see, this is something I can't do with TNT. I can't do that kind of delicate kind of work, so... Woot. I'll probably set up all the layers underneath. Yo, chicans. And then from there, I will put the grass in. So you gotta tell me what you think of that idea. Your thoughts are tea. Got it. Fair enough. Point being, I'm kind of liking the idea of this just going over like this. I might even kind of, sorta... I have not acquired lots of TNT. I have acquired... have you seen how my creeper farm is doing, Dragon? Have you even seen it? Now that I think about it. It's not flopped. So here's our TNT, or to be, right? Via creeper farm. Yeah, the problem is I need sand as well. Yeah, no, this is definitely going a little bit faster. Not a lot, but a little bit. That means I do gotta find more pockets. We gotta find more pockets. It's slowed down again. See, we're doing okay. Ish. But we gotta keep clearing out caves when we come across them. Unfortunately. And yes, basically that's where we get the gunpowder, and then from there... I need sand and then I have TNT. Alright, so... Let's remove this one though. Alright. I've got some sand. And the last time I went to the desert. But not really a whole lot, to be honest. Alright, so we have a lot of stone here. I guess we can dump the stone for now. I need to know how many levels down I need to go. This is so far 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Alright. Understandable. But no, there just aren't any beaches nearby. Has absolutely nothing to do with whether I would find any or not. But considering the more difficult part to get is the gunpowder, I just decided to start building up the creeper farm. And as I've said, I need to find all the places that mobs are hiding in. And I need to clear them out, light them up. I can't completely do it, but I can do a little bit of it. Okay. There we go. Alright, there we go. We can just clearly figure this out. Slowly. But as far as having lots and lots of TNT, no, I do not have that. Okay. All right. But once I hit all stone, I probably will want to use them. But we're not there yet. All right. But as soon as we can clear this out a little bit... Yeah. Alright. Let's see, do I have room? Yes, I have room for all the different types of flowers. Alright. There we go. I'm sorry, sheepy, but yes, it must go for warehouses that you guys will then live in. Like, really? Like, you'll have the perfect virtual space. Alright. To be honest, at this point, I should probably just try to clear out the grass and then from there. But, like I said... Alright, I have a piece of dirt. I will come back for the grass, probably, but right now I'm not gonna. Because that's not the focus we're on. Obviously, we'll need it for the bridge sort of ramp thing. Alright. Yeah. We get across, get to the bed I'm currently using, and then we gather more. Alright. Alright, where was I? I was over here. This is why I didn't just take out the flowers yet. Alright. There we go. It goes all the way out and around. Isn't it crazy how much cash kind of needs to be cleared out? Alright. Probably need to fix the music in a second. Oh look, an emerald. There, let's fix that. Alright. I mean, I don't know if it's kind of just... I mean, I know it's the dumb thing to do this, but, like... I don't know, maybe it looks... kind of okay, though? Alright. Yeah, we'll just clear out the grass. Alright. I'll go put all this away. Yep. Anyway, whenever you guys are ready for me to switch to something else, I am still willing to. Because as I said, we still have buildings to build and all that. I really would like to start having the bees start producing soon. And potentially setting up a wool farm. For where I'm not. And since those are all supposed to go back here in that location. Yeah. Fair enough. I mean, I don't think it looks very much flatter. I know it doesn't. I'm just hoping that eventually it will get to that point. I can actually tell that some effort has gone in. Well, I suppose part of that is just clearing out enough. Alright. And then we'll obviously want to buy quartz next time. Or I have to replenish the XP at least. I mean, because one, it's good for replenishing XP without having to go down to a farm. And two, I just need it. Anyway, so that we can work on buildings. Alright, you know what, let's clear out this area as well. I'm gonna just kind of do some carving here so we can start finally seeing some effort. Not that anything's gonna be visual. Be different anyway, but yeah. All right. So we cleared out quite a bit here. I wonder. I say I wonder, but I know for a fact it's not going to show. Alright. There we go. It does feel impressive, though. In its own weird way. There we go. And I'm out of room again. Yay. Um... I'm not gonna have enough storage soon, am I? It's gonna have to move down here, and it's gonna have to move here. You know what? I need to fix a place for this to go. These are nether items, but these go here. Okay, cool. Easy. Easy squeezy. Alright, I have seconds. I mean, it does look flatter, I guess. Maybe focus a little bit on this. Oh, I'm quickly waiting. There. Alright. Maybe this will also help. Be able to kind of visualize. Kinda. Well. Like I have been there too. Alright. See, I mean, this is how it works, right? Just gotta keep clearing. And eventually we'll get to the point where we'll have enough room. Alright. Let me see, does this look any less, crazy? No. Can't even tell the work I did. Alright, okay. There we go. Boom. There. I mean, that should help, kinda. If I clear it like this. I mean, it'll be a lot easier to notice the differences. Huh. Boom. Oh, and I'm out of room. Okay. Cool. Yep, that definitely does help. That helps make me feel a little better. Because it's just the sheer amount. Although I'm gonna run out of room really quickly. If I do it this way. Alright. Let me see. Let me gather the blocks I didn't catch, and then I'm gonna actually clear out this area too, because it shouldn't take too long. Alright, I'm actually pretty sure I do want to go here. Yeah, I'm still up. So, from where I would be, so that yeah. I might see it someday, but for me, every time I see anything with it, I'm just left with how cringe it is, and I'm just like, it does not seem like my kind of movie, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not gonna tell others not to watch it just because I'm not interested, but it feels like it's a movie that's gonna get forgotten in like as soon as it's out of theaters, I'm gonna be honest. Like I said, mid. It's relying too heavily, I think, on the memes and stuff, I'd say. But unfortunately, these memes have already kind of been around, done their thing. Well, maybe fortunately. So... yeah. Thomas is referencing something. Dragon. I don't think you would necessarily know. Yeah. How do I put it? It's a, anti-pirating. Basically, it's like you wouldn't download a car. Because, like, pirating is effectively kind of theft of IP. Point being, it used to be on every DVD for the longest time. See? In other words, the PSA wouldn't work on you anyway. It's I hate to say this, but isn't that why the Genesis went down? Effectively. But yeah, it was on everything. That's true, the Saturn is where things went downhill. My point was more, I was being silly, but I don't disagree. And I will be honest, in my head I was like, no wait, that was the Saturn. But in reality, it doesn't really necessarily have anything to do with the system itself. Yeah, Dreamcast. It has more to do with the, if you think about it, it's kind of lack of games. Which honestly is what kills most systems. Unfortunately, the reality things. Well, not sure if I would exactly call that beating, but sure. Kind of. But you know what? I can't sleep yet. Alright. Fair enough. Not denying it. Like I said, that's what I was referring to as an overall, not as a, like country by country basis, because different countries would have had different, amounts, so on and so forth. But you need to have a reason to get something. It's kind of part of well, being honest. Well, yes. Yep, I look straight at you. Wasn't there a guy? I didn't see a banner guy. Oh, I did get the banner guy. I just didn't notice it. But I mean, if we're being really honest, yeah, it's more like a, cause it's probably partially because PlayStation was trying to get into those markets. If you're really being honest, offer the lower price, and it doesn't matter how crappy your system is. You're more you'll get at least some. Not saying the P, and let me be clear, I'm not saying the PS1 was crappy. I feel like I need to specify that. Because otherwise people misunderstand. Yeah. It's always smarter if you're starting out on something to start by effectively outpricing the competition, if you will. Because that's how you can get your leg in. Versus something more established. But eventually then you start raising prices to compete with. Or if you manage to price out the other company completely and totally and have them kind of leave out, then you have a complete monopoly over the price. And raise it to Kingdom Come. To some extent, yeah. I'm not, and here's the thing, I'm not saying it's a good or a bad thing necessarily. But it is something that can help make you forget what prices actually should be for something as well. And so if one company's charging a price that's considered potentially fair, or rather would normally be considered that, it can then look like they're being far more expensive than they actually are if you compare it to other things that are underselling, or they're underpriced. In which the company is losing money. Like Like, if you have Company A and Company B, Company A can afford to sell at... Or Company B can afford to sell at a loss. Company A cannot. And thus Company A will look more expensive. And this is in general with things. Which is how you get situations where... or something that might be considered normal becomes uber expensive. And then of course eventually Company B, their product matches up to Company A price-wise, but people always associate them with a cheaper price. It's a complicated matter. Kind of like that with Apple and Android. What's gonna help? Oh, you're welcome. Apparently. Anyway, because, and the reason I'm using Apple and Android as an example here is that for what effectively actually ends up being the equivalent to the iPhone, you now would spend about the same money as Android or Apple. But you associate Android with the cheaper option because they undersold their phones for a very long time. And I'm not just saying, like, you can literally go and compare prices and see, no, it really and truly is. Their cheap phone is effectively trash. But due to the initial pricing structures they went with. Anyway. Make sure I'm holding the right thing. Thank you, my dude. Anyway, it's interesting. But obviously that does mean that it is kinda sorta... You basically just make yourself look like a better option. It is good for marketing and sales. It's not that great, though, for competition. Hello, Chris. How are you doing? We were actually discussing economic topics. Yeah, see, not terribly exciting. Right. Anyway, today I've just been clearing out the, I don't know about smart. It's just more like... Anyway, not that important. don't know about that. I don't have glasses either. But no, I mean, that's just kind of the way PlayStation has always played it. Or Sony in general. Again. Well, not in every country. In some countries, it is a multitude of other colors. In America, money is green, if you're referring to dollar bills. But even within coins, you have a multitude of different colors. Copper, nickels. Yeah. Actually, that is true, a yellowish gold color. That would be for a dollar coin, although there aren't very many of them in circulation. At the moment, that would be that. And of course, around the world, you have that color as well. Such as with... Fair enough. Well, I mean, that obviously comes from... it doesn't really matter. I don't think you'll buy this. Yeah, it wouldn't have mattered anyway. Crap, I wasn't on the right thing. Dude, I need you to give me... Perfect. Let's see, what else can we buy? I could buy XP. I should get this guy upgraded just so that... Buy a name tag. Don't really want to, though. Fair enough. Oh, I gotta kill chickens. I just remembered. Alright. We'll kill some chickens. And then our tools should be more up to yeah. Do. No, still not enough. Okay, there's gotta be a way. Fair enough. I should probably hunt some skeletons or something. I'm gonna need... Or maybe we can use our XP farm again. haven't used the one up top in a while, but you know what? Let's maybe get that up and roll in a second here while we work on this. Oop. And kill a couple zomberts. You know? There we go. Let's go kill some zombies. Alright. Whew. Oh, we got boots. Alright, anyway. Yeah, I'm gonna heal this up. Is that a baby zombie? Well, I mean, that's why we have this the way it is. Realistically speaking. They had some prop 3 pants. Alright, I do need a little bit more. Like, come on. Come on, game. Give me a little bit more. Yeah. I guess I'll just wait a second and let that do its thing while I quickly kinda... So, I want to get a little bit more done on this, but then we can work on buildings again over here. Is there any buildings we want to work on some more? Like, do we want to work on the courts? That one... I don't know. Maybe one of the buildings that are not, like, fully fleshed out. New building? I just started a new building yesterday. Or, not really new, but basically new. And to do the next new building, as I said, I gotta completely clear that out. Because the next building I want to work on is bees. And obviously this building needs to be done as well, but I gotta get it done. And we have several buildings that need work. Uh-huh. But basically, I mean, well, I have a few places mapped out for buildings. I don't really want to move this setup yet. And this is the next place the building goes. That's not going to be the warehouse that I'm going to be building back there. We're going to have a few. They're going to be for the sheep. They're going to be for the, Oh wow, our timing is pretty perfect. Nice. Oh, somebody had thorns on them. But they didn't drop. Kind of crazy. You can tell if there's thorns by the fact that you get smacked back. Anyway, I guess we could work on this building a little bit more. If we want to do another newer building. It hasn't had much work done to it yet. Or did you mean the new building, this building? I just realized you might have meant this one. But there's not really much I can do until I can get bees. But if you meant just a new building in general, I guess we could work on this one a little bit. But then we'll have to decide. I need a place for the building. Alright, you know what? This is good enough to kind of dig up a whole lot more. Yeah. I have some bees, but I need a place to keep the bees. Yeesh. Alright, for now this is just going to be left as is. I'll have to come up here later. Alright. Clearing this out, just flattening it and like nobody's business. There. Into this direction. Alright. Eventually we should come to the end of this section. Yep. And then same thing here. All right. But yeah, like if we're gonna have the warehouses here and there, we need to have the space for the warehouses. Unfortunately. And I do feel like the buildings that are near the front should still kind of block the view and stuff, so it should be more taller buildings. So we gotta go back, like, I'd say 2 or 3 streets. At least. I'm also going to need a place for these chickens. Thankfully, the chickens for now are going to be in a fine spot to be in because all we really got to do for the chickens is basically... Oop. Well, I guess there are places to clear up. There. Oh, I'm out of room. Don't worry, chickens. You're safe. Actually, you know... So I have no intention of coming back down here ever again. Let's go from, like, here. And then from, like, here. Perfect. Yeah, it'll work. Alright. Filled in that way. Perfect. Alright. Huh. I honestly thought there'd be more. Alright, so let's just quickly go put these away and come back for those blocks. Don't know why I stopped there. But beyond that, I think I'm just gonna have to pull out like a bunch of double chests anyway that I just have on scene for a little bit. Alright. What do you think? Alright. Alright. Perfect. There we go. And then the last one here, we'll just go on the spot here. We can quickly kind of do this. Alright. Perfect. Alright. That'll help a little bit. There. Alright, let me clear out a space to kind of just start here. And filling like stupid amounts of these. Alright. As I said, this one... It's cleared out here. Okay. Yeah. I suppose. Kinda. As I said, once I get down to the stone, it actually will be worth it to clear out with the TNT, but until then, it really isn't. I don't think it's any faster, so... Alright, let me sleep. I mean, maybe it's faster. Maybe I'm wrong, but... I mean, I'm insta mining the dirt, right? I go through like 4 or 5 pieces. Like, I go through enough dirt that... Other than maybe if you take into account the, Oops. Should probably move the water thing down below for a bit. I guess we could create a little trough. Did I have any wood in my chest here? I do have chests. Alright. For now, we can just dump all this in here. What else is in here? Bunch of stone. Alright. So, we're gonna do here really quickly. For now. We're gonna create a little trough here. We're gonna pick up all this water up here. Where was it again? Here. Alright. So I'm not using any water right now anyway, that'll be fine. There. Doesn't this look better? Perfect. So that'll be like that for now, but it doesn't really need to be worried about for anything else, because that's just... Especially once we've dug into the area enough, it's not going to be an issue. Alright. There we go. Alright. There we go. And there we go. Okie dokie. But as I said, I'm gonna have to go pretty far back. Alright. Whew, it's a lot, it's a lot, it's a lot. It's not really something you can do without, yeah. Alright, let's see where we at. So here's how we're gonna handle this. We are gonna start by digging up until we hit this point. Yeah. So we gotta make sure we have a spot that does in fact connect. Like so. Oh. For now. Actually. There we go. Perfect. So we have a definitive way up and down now. So that's one. There we go. So we can go there. We do that again here. Can we even go higher? Perfect. So kind of clear to the side here. The entire point is just kind of clearing out the grass and dirt. It's a slow-going process, but it works. Let me see. Yeah. All right. There. Yep. So, and then you just keep going down. Ta-da! And you can even keep going down from here. It works. Oh, I think that's not. Yeah, we don't want to go that far down. There. Alright. I mean, you could kind of see better, right? Or it's better. It does feel a little hard to tell, though. There we go. It's pretty... well, it's not easy to kind of see, like... It is easier to see kind of behind and back. Magic. It's more like putting in a lot of effort. And seeing very little results, but... slowly but surely, eventually getting to the point where you can actually see some actual results. It just takes a very long time. Alright. Alright. Let me see. As I said, we're gonna just pick all this up as well as we're going through so that we can kind of sort of... But, I mean, this is the way to find our problematic caves. Realistically. Alright. And go down. Yeah, this is the row we should be on. I think. Yeah. Okay. There we go. And then... so... and then let's do one more section. Yeah. There we go. Alright. Well, I mean, that's only for the ones we can still find. Like I said, my problem is... unless I hear the zombie, I can't find the cave. Or I guess maybe I haven't mentioned that. But that's part of my problem right now, is it's like... because I don't go... because of the way I set up the world... overall, effectively, I can't go into spectator mode. Which makes it very difficult to find the caves that I need. I'm out of room again. Alright. There we go. I can do the same thing on the other side as well, I think. But the idea is going to be over on this side anyway, so this side being the side that's cleared out is fine. Alright. And the last little bit here, cleared out. Perfect. So, but let me see. I should probably mark out where I would want it to be. Or kind of sort of try to determine. Even though in reality it's not going to be easy to kind of determine. But I would probably want it to be kind of over here to have some warehouses. Not farther back that you have obviously got, we're on the water here. Kind of thing, a bit like a... And I do want to clear these out so that they are not up. But just kind of like making this a nature area, quote unquote. Alright. And the thing that would make this work like this is because I can have a building here, but overall there's not going to be necessarily all that much. So what I might do... I mean, obviously eventually we'll have to cover this up. Eventually. I have no real desire to kind of use this one. It's a cool cave going all the way down to an ancient city and all that, but we can get to the ancient city via the other method. And if I make it a lot safer, better than doing this. Yo. Whereas... And then you can just kind of have a bit of a road that comes through here. And then we can have some warehouses back here, but I don't know how far back I want to go for this. I can determine how deep this needs to go. I'm gonna go ahead and clear that out. Or fine, fill that up with dirt to some extent. So I just want to kind of determine how... Oh, there's a zombie. Well. Thanks for telling me I gotta light up down here. Oh, there's like so many mobs down here. Well, right now there's two, but it was two, but who's more than zero? And it keeps going. Of course it does. Oh, I gotta go upstairs. Blah. Gotta get back upstairs a second. Go sleep in a bed, and then I'll come back. Well, I guess if I clear this area out, that'll be less mob spawning and better for our creeper situation. Alright, but yeah, I'll clear that out. Do I have any sticks on me? I actually do have some sticks on me. So what I could also do is I could just pull this out a second here. Alright. Yeah, see, this is sitting. Alright. Well, aren't we glad we found that? We can already kind of clear out a little bit of space. Oh crap. Yeah. Ow. I immediately saw what was going to happen there. I was like, no. As I came up and then that was the thunderstorm. Just didn't have any thunder yet. You could tell by how dark the sky was. Alright, so let's go down and just kind of light this all up down here. See how far down it goes, all that. We've already been down this way, so it's fine. Because obviously I'm not going to fill in, like, everything, so we gotta do, like... Okay, so there's not that much down here. Just enough. Mobs will spawn there. Or would have spawned there, but now they will not. And then let's go the other way and make sure there's nothing back here. Well, I don't have any iron on me. Crap, I just found a cave. Oh, sure. Sorry. I had to make it all the way down. Alright. Yeah, okay, we can do that. No. We're not gonna die. Actually, you know what? I know what to do. If I can figure out where I were. Yeah, there we are. Crap. I can't find the spot. Nope, up, 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 up. Okay. Where did the spot go? There. Come on, pick up the air. Alright. I'm not so sure about that. It's just more like... I don't think there's any end to this. I'm gonna be honest. Kind of grateful there don't seem to be any drown down here, but still at the same time. Alright, I don't have to do anything with that one. Oh, well, we're somewhere. Where are we in comparison? Oh, we're in the... We're here! Oh, that's... Yeah, I hear you drown. Okay, so this just leads out into here. Kind of cool. It shouldn't be too bad then, as far as like actual. I will probably put lights along the bottom of this, kind of at some point. I do have reasons though. To kind of be clear. Because... oh wait, I just gotta go up here, I forgot. Yeah. Alright, but that does tell us quite a bit, and then I do want to kind of fill in that area as well. As much as possible, just so that we don't have issues. This is as low as this can go. Let's just fill this in from like here. There. Okay, and then here. Even if I come back down, I'd rather kind of just have it be easier to get around. So we're just gonna fill this in. No falling for us. I was not expecting an adventure though. But see, this is what I meant by there are caves that have mobs all through them. That I have to find. But Creeper Farm is ever going to succeed. Yep. We'll start here. Alright, if this is the level it goes to... then we can just kind of clear this out so I can see this is separate. Oh, I need to get out of here. Alright. I think the biggest problem is, as I've said before, I wish there's a way to, like, just pick a specific mob and kind of clear that mob out. Or maybe an ability to see if there's cave systems. Like, if they don't want you to use outside tools, right? There needs to be ways within the game to be able to do these things. This is actually a pretty good example too, in that like, yeah. How do I put this? The thing is, it's like, if you want me to be able to, then I should be able to have some way in-game that's not through the bug testing to know, or spectator mode to know, oh, there's caves here. And I'm not saying it like it has to be a mini-map, but I do feel like, especially for maybe... Oh, hello, Boop Bomb! Haven't seen you in a while. I hope you've been doing well. I'm glad to hear that, I think. I'm better. And I'm tired. And migraine-y. Better than I was, but no. Unfortunately, it's the time of year, you know, season change. And that means that, due to genetics, I'm having to experience pain. Other than that, I'm fine. And I'm glad to hear you've been fine. Alright, as you can see, you've come in time to see me working on clearing out a mountain. How many of these have I done? I've done too many digging down mountains. Alright, how much do I have? I still got enough. Alright. I don't think I've gotten up to 50 yet, realistically speaking. But as far as landscaping a mountain goes, I won't say that it's completely wrong to say over 5. Alright, there we go. I really should work on buildings, but... Alright. I mean, we can see that a lot of work has gone into this, but it just doesn't ever feel like it ends. There's so much dirt. Here, shall we see how our creeper farm's doing? Like, I'm not expecting immediate results, but that should have been another cave full of baddies that was cleared out. I'm not sure why I occasionally get rotten flesh. I'm gonna be honest. It's definitely working. A lot smoother, a lot cleaner. That's saying quite a lot. I mean... It just says how bad it was before. But we knew we had to find the caves. Unfortunately, finding caves is not easy. Unfortunately. Alright, so... Here, let's just... take these over to the... We're just not pretending even. There. Ah, but this hill, it has to go. It has to go. For the view, for the buildings, for the everything. Alright. Let's go work on buildings, I suppose. First, I'm gonna get some more chests, though. And I might add a little bit more energy to my... And oh, so I'm gonna go dump the flowers. Alright. I do need to heal my poor shovel. But let's do a building break. It's... Especially since we can actually see it from here. Actual improvement. Come on. There we go. Alright, so I guess let's just quickly gather up a bunch of materials, go sell the villagers for the moment, and then buy from villagers, and it'll be good. We just need like a bajillion quartz for the one building. Alright. Alright. Let's go find them. Hopefully they haven't made it to the jobs yet so that we can trade for them before that. No, they already made it. But we can still hope that we don't have that much. Thank you. Oh, go ahead, work. Yes? Yes. Perfect. Come on, other guy, work. Work. I do need this as well, to be honest, a little bit. So we'll buy that for the other one. Alright. Boom. Alright. Huh? What do you mean? Not sure to duck him at thumbs. I guess I could put the grass in place as well, but... Alright. Okay. There we go. As I said, we're working on buildings now. The question becomes, do we work on this one? And try to get some things done with it, even though it's going to be annoying. But I could build up the back of the wall and all that. Or do we work on this one? You two and what? Remember, I'm not remembering anything right now. My migraine's kind of coming back. The vengeance. Alright. Or do you mean you don't know what you're saying either? Alright. Lovely. It's dreary and damp. And uncomfortable. Alright, so for this one... What? Oh, this one? Trying to make a decision here. So I was gonna say ceiling. I guess that's floor. Ceiling floor. I guess let's just kind of build this up a little bit. Oh wait, are my things done? Let me check something really quickly. Yes. 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 And yes. And a few over there as well. Alrighty, we're good to go. I know what to do. Yeah, we don't want... I really ought to put in the things at the top that I need for this. But I do think I covered all the sides, so I don't think lightning's gonna strike like that, so I think it's fine. Gotta check. Alright, so... double check it's 5. I think it's 5. Yeah, it's 5. It should be the polished, right? Yeah. Alright, so... let me grab the last thing we need out of this. Try to remember to use a little scaffolding to the side here really quickly. crap. It's not the one I want out. Two, three, four, five. Let's grab this for the... This. Yeah. I do wish we could remove that. I would just be straight up and down, but it's fine. Yeah, see, that actually looks really good like that. Oh, the perfect time of day. Effectively. Hello, Gore. Thank ya. It's gonna look even better when we put them in the right... As I've said before, I need the bright for just like other things, but kind of just like pulling this down. I don't know. To kind of really have the lighting. But the lighting will be better once we have actual like lights and everything everywhere. I definitely am pretty happy. But yeah, how you doing, Gore? Thanks. I mean, none of them have roofs or insides, really. They're just kind of like shells and they're completed, but it's to kind of give the vibe of what we're going for. Like, this one's going to get into the story. This one actually probably is pretty close to being completed on this one side. As I was saying before, I decided I didn't like how it was with it up like all the other buildings. I decided instead it's all the way down. It's going to be a department store. And then we're going to move this here up to the floor. I think it'll look good. Another style hotel. As I've said before, I've already told other people, but like you'd never guess where I got the idea and inspiration for this one. I don't know if you're hearing that. Because it's so dumb. Hey, the creeper farm, well, slow. I suppose. Let's see how we're doing. It's definitely, this is definitely working a lot better than it was. So, yeah. Keeps going. Finally. I think I found some of the worst spots that I just couldn't figure out where they were. Don't you hate it when there's like, you find out that there's caves like right next to your farm that you can't find? Thank you. But like I said, I honestly just kind of take inspiration from random things. Like this one, is like a teenage romance vampire novel. Yeah, literally. That I once like looked at the cover of once, didn't read the book, but the cover was very striking. And so I kind of used the colors that were in that and put that together. as a building. And like when I say once, I mean like literally in passing. I wish there was a way in game to see caves that wasn't spectator mode. That's one of those things. But I just figured, well, this one is more nether. Like that's the embassies, but I figured we could actually put like a hotel as well. But yeah, like I said, this one needs to move up and into its rightful spot. I did think about doing the end, but as I said, until there's an end update, I won't go to the end. And beyond that, color-wise, there's just not that very much to do with it. Which is kind of annoying. Like, you could go with some things, but... yeah. Well, the idea is there are nether plants full of water. I mean, I feel like some form of nether cactus kind of should have existed. Due to the nature of the nether, if you think about it. Because clearly the nether is very humid. But the idea would be it's one that you can carry around with you that... even in the nether, just kind of for a second remains water. But kind of like ice, it breaks really easy. You need silk touch. Or something along those lines. Or you have to like right click to break it or something, but... yeah. I mean, because the thing is, if you think about the fact that all the trees are actually mushrooms, right? Would thrive best in a humid atmosphere. That means that while there's no water, it is, quote unquote, even though they really should have areas with some form of nether water. And I really do think that the best way to go about that would be to kind of just... I'm going to move this up. We're going to actually move these up. Have the water be so cold that it then just kind of turns into a next to impossible use of ice in the overworld, so it wouldn't mix. I don't know, I think it'd be cool. Well, I was just saying, like, if you figure that there's potentially areas that are so cold, right? That gas could survive normally, potentially. Then... because even if you argue that they're from outside of the nether, they had to have become established somehow within the nether. So... the environment should... Or you could have a third, much rarer biome. They like having more biomes, right? I'm probably gonna want to get one sooner or later. I'm gonna have to make it, though, I think. Realistically speaking. So I'll probably have to make a gas farm at some point. Just due to the fact I've explored my nether a little bit too much, you know? But, yeah, I probably will. Alright, so what I'm thinking is... by moving that up there... I do like them. I think they're cute. I think they're cool. I think they're actually going to be useful. If I ever get them, I'm definitely going to use them to kind of carry mobs back here. I agree. I mean, I think one of the things I hate so much about Java, I like Java, let me be clear, but one of the things I kind of absolutely despise is the fact that you have to go so far for mobs. And this will be helpful, at least, kind of. Fair enough. For me, it's like, because, like, for example, I can't get the variants of the animals unless I go way out, right? Because they don't spawn in the areas. It's just the old variants. Have to go way out. Which gets frustrating. And if I want to bring them back, I need an ability to be kind of able to... It might be slow going, but... Huh? Well, yeah, like wolves here. Armadillos, like, new mobs seem to sometimes... They do seem to... But, like, the mobs that are already here... Like, this shouldn't be a gray wolf here. It should be the new type of wolf. Especially since this guy spawned in after. But because of the way they do things on Java, I don't understand it exactly. Well, like, armadillos can spawn in older chunks, I think. Kinda. Sorta. But it takes forever. But, like, if I want variants of mobs and stuff, because they've started adding those, right? That does not seem to change. And there's no guarantee, actually, that the armadillos actually do spawn. Because I haven't had them spawn in areas that I've actually spent a lot of time in. Only in areas that I kind of just passed through on the way to other things. So it's also potentially possible that they just don't spawn. As an example. But the variants definitely don't. So, like, let's say I want to bring in some warm cows or cold cows, right? Yeah. I wish they'd just be realistic about it and allow the new variants to spawn. And maybe it's just something specific with Java, but Bedrock doesn't actually have that issue. In Bedrock, you just get the new mobs in those spawning spots. It updates with. So you immediately start getting armadillos and the warm cows and stuff in... Even if you've already explored the mason stuff. All the new wolf variants, all the new everything. You don't have to wait or have to just, like... It just immediately is there. And it is a little frustrating that Java doesn't do that. Especially when it's like... The whole update was basically about the variants. Yeah... Well, I'm sure there's ways to work around that, considering... I feel like mods do it. Decently, and then it's just like... It's only in, the vanilla game that it really can't handle it. But again, it's just that... That's that whole thing. It's like, I would say I feel like if they're working on the behind-the-scenes code, that's kind of where I would think they should work on it, you know? It's things like that. Try to figure out if there's ways to clean that up some. Because overall, it is more harming than helpful. Realistically. But I think in reality, they just don't want people to have forever worlds. They want them to just go do the new thing. Which is the fastest way to lose people. Yeah. I just don't go above 12 chunks. As I said, this is a totally vanilla world before. Arr. Alright. Let me get up my axe. But yeah, no, it definitely does. There are definitely issues. But it's like, at the same time, it's like, but why not let me have my world and get my mobs? It's super weird. Like I said, I traveled out to get them. Look at them. They're beautiful. I need to get more worm chicken eggs to bring them back. Thankfully, unlike the other mobs, you can just bring the eggs. Yeah, I want those as well. Aren't they? I love them. And then they have the blue eggs. But the thing that's nice about them is because they lay blue eggs, these, and they're a specific type, if you gather enough of them, you can bring some of them back with you. So it's a lot easier to bring the chickens with you. Technically, actually, they're Polish. Unless they are based off Polish hens. They did say that. It was like the only things they confirmed were the cold animals. Which actually makes sense because if you crossbreed Polish hens with another breed, you can get blue eggs. I don't remember what the other breed is. So for a floofy chicken, it actually does make sense. Because like all the other ones, that does not seem to be the case. I looked into it. Although it would probably have been smarter to do the warm chicken to be that, and then you could have had it be a, what's it called? No, it's not the Astrolorp, it's the, I don't remember. We used to have one before she died of old age. Oh, cream leg bar. I think it's what it's called. And then they could have done that. I guess that's fair. Honestly, Alright, so this is still gonna go in the middle here. Alright, here's how we're gonna handle this. We're just gonna dig up here. Alright. There. And we'll go backwards. I do think they're cool. I really do. Ow. Alright. I don't know how far back I wanted to go, but it won't go that far back, I don't think. Or maybe it will. Huh? Well, some of them are functional, some of them are not. So, like... Let me see if I can give an example here. Like, that building's obviously fully functional because it is a creeper farm. Ah! There we go. Hello, Knight. How you doing? I hope you are okay. I hope you had a good trip. Ish. At least a decent trip. Yeah. So like this one, obviously that's a creeper farm. I'm utilizing, well, this is going to be an aesthetic library on top. I'm sorry to hear you got sick. I hope you feel better. But like, well, this is going to be more on the aesthetic side. Down here is where we're storing all our valuables. Of various kinds. Yeah. In a vault that I built here. And while this will be aesthetic as well on the top, it's going to be a mushroom farm down below, and then we're going to have a secret entrance into it. Right now we can't do that, but basically the idea is going to be... you have to do that, and then you drop through. Yes, I did. It's just cleaner. Technically, I wouldn't even need the carpet. I just prefer having it because I like the way it looks. Because my boots are just leather boots. But stylistically, so like I have things like that, and then also this building is going to effectively overall end up being some general storage for things, mostly probably things like mob drop stone. Yep. You can either do it, like I said, with the carpet, or you can, if you have the booties, you don't actually need the carpet. But yeah. And then, of course, we also have a hardware store over here that will have all of our greenery stuff. Eventually. I haven't gotten to that yet. I mean, it's just cleaner than water. This has just different things in it. And this is the bone meal maker. Obviously it doesn't actually cook or anything, it just looks good. Has like a little machine. But yeah, that's what I've done basically as well. I have some parts that are going to be like aesthetically pleasing and all that for just kind of style and all that. There's also function to a lot of them. Like we have a chicken kitchen back here, but it's not really a chicken kitchen because I can't get to work. Yep, I can see that. Alright, let's just kill some chickens. Actually, I want to... Hello, chickens. Alright. Yep, I knew that would be the case. I have to eat somehow. Realistically speaking. And this is just the easiest way. I tried doing stuff like that, and all that happened is I had burnt chicken. Gonna be realistic here. Thing, okay, like... I mean, like, the actual kind of, like, trying to do the farm. I can't even get them to crowd. They... Like, I don't know, some update recently... Yeah. I've brought on the gore. I did have them originally doing suffocations to death, right? Because I'd rather not have to focus on it and just have it like in the background and then I could just use it, but... So 1.20, I think? Yeah. Because the thing is, like, I did some research into it because I was trying to do it, and I was like, so how does this work? And basically, it's something that, at least as far as I could tell, hasn't worked in several updates. Because chicken health was corrected. So... yeah. Several updates back, and then it... because they... or something like that. So, you know, the thing with the movie couldn't necessarily happen. You could maybe get it to work through having hopper mine carts underneath and all that, but that's just so much work just to get chicken that's cooked. Well, no, it was an actual like bug. Think of it like this. Basically, instead of one hit of your sword to kill the chicken, you need like 4. Or that would be like 2 to 4. Kind of thing. Because it had extra health. So it lived just that little bit longer. Yeah, the movie came out. It's... ugh. It's a thing. It's a movie that I would say very much relies on already semi-outdated memes. Like... Hmm. Yeah. I don't know. It just... I mean, I think most of them are. I think the problem is, it just, A, should never have been live action, realistically speaking. From the get-go. I don't know, the movie might have actually been a little better. But, like, I'm gonna go here. The fact that the Minecraft movie map that they did, right, effectively kind of reveals the big twist plot, da-da-da, right? The baddie, the big bad. Before you even go to the movie, if you did that, you get to know. Yeah, I think it should have been animated. I think... I honestly am kind of left with, I feel like story-wise it would have made more sense to kind of lean into the concept of it being just like a Minecraft society kind of thing in real life. I think that would have worked probably better. Instead of just having it be just Steve, because then you have to like give so many more roles to villagers and things. Just from what I know. Whereas if you were to kind of have this whole thing, it kind of would make more sense. You know? There's a reason it's a go-to for animations. Because logistically... Ah, yes. Well, no, because it is still technically its own world from what I've understood. It's not a, oh, they're actually in a game kind of thing. It's its own world instead of being... Like, I mean, yeah, they could have done the Lego movie thing, but they didn't do that either. But yeah, realistically speaking, I think it would have made more sense to kind of leaned into the concept of... Like, if they fell into a world, it'd have been a more populated world. After all, if the cube thingy existed... The concept that it doesn't randomly send people just, like, at random. Like, somebody picking it up randomly. Hello. Yeah. But beyond that, they could have probably... I definitely think it would have been a good way to separate as well, would be to have the... Yeah. No, they did not. Definitively. It really doesn't make sense. Well, I guess technically the totem thing can make some sense. Let's be fair to the Totem of Undying. You can get those during raids. But yeah, the other things don't make any sense. Because remember, all you gotta do is have been stupid. No, that's fair. If you kill an evoker, you get a Totem of Undying, which if you have in your hand right as you're about to die, you will not die, and then you will have like regen and all that. You have you can still die at that point if you're in a dangerous situation, but it's basically like it gives you an extra couple seconds at least. Added with the Woodland Mansion and the Adventure update. Oof. But, yeah, no, didn't think that through. Yes. Honestly, I think... I am serious about this. I really do think that there's just a certain level of just... Like I said, I do think there's just an over-reliance on... memes. Not even new memes. Yeah. I'm not even saying this thing to be cruel. Whoa. Yeah. Die. I want that. I think you were the last one. Boom. Alright. Yeah. See, that's my point. Like, you could have had that for that, but beyond that, it is ridiculous. The concept that there'd be no going to another... I guess technically for the Elytra, he could have gone to the end. Because there's a, like, 1 in a million chance that you find a stronghold that has all the pearls, right? Or something like that. I don't remember the exact chances, but still. It's very rare. So the concept that it would have happened is very... Nope, Minecraft movie does it too. Hello, Dark Dungeon. How you doing? There we go. Hey. Hello, hello. How you doing? I hope you had a good stream. Cool. Alright. Also, this one is just gonna stay... yeah. I haven't decided what goes on the corners yet. Alright. Alright. So, let me go here. Let me pick these up. Boom. Anyway, but yeah. There's ways to go about things, and there's ways to not go about things, and it just kind of... I think that the focus was a bit too much on the, yeah. The irony, though, I think, is that the Minecraft movie, its legacy is going to be all the ruined theaters. Unfortunately, for them. Yeah. You know? No, I mean, like, literally, people are leaving the theater. Yeah. The theater's completely destroyed. Like, popcorn everywhere and all sorts of things like that. Because they're throwing it during the scenes. It's just like... Yeah. Fair enough. The problem is, I mean, the thing is, it's like... Nope. No, it's the other one. No, it's made money. But, yeah. I think it's because there hasn't really been anything else so far this year, though. Let's be real. If there had been... how do I put this? Better movies? Yeah. Yeah. I honestly don't think it would have done as well. Realistically speaking. The last good movie was the Sonic 3 movie. Which was good, but it really wasn't a kid's movie in that way. Yeah, exactly. And unfortunately that means that, parents that want to pick, like, something semi-decent to take their kids to at some point. It could have been literally anything. Pretty much. Oh yeah, no, I do agree. But the thing is, that's what I was saying, Sonic 3 didn't just pretend that it was just a kid's movie. And I think that's the thing that's the biggest difference, even the first Sonic and this one. There still was, like, some understanding of how the game would work. You know? It didn't pretend that it was, like, somehow magically just... Then by the time they got to 3, they've done all their setup, so they really are ready to just, like, power through. But it worked. the Minecraft movie, it's just like... yeah. Like they show it in a way that makes it make sense and do all the da, and they set it up and da 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 da, and explain, well, this is what leads to this. Yeah. Instead of going whole in on just kind of all these different things, they definitely, by doing it... Yes, the first one's a road trip movie, but I think it worked for Sonic. Because it let you set up the initial, just like, well, what's this Sonic like? Because you kind of have had a couple different versions of him over the years. Da -da -da -da. It's the same thing with the Mario movie. They're setup movies. They aren't going to be the only movie. You don't have to cram everything in there. In that way. If you want it to be kind of an explainy movie for Minecraft, I'd say, like I said, have a already fully built society da 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 that explains different things, or even have like you could create the what happened to the ancient builders. Fair enough. Because they were willing to fix it. Minecraft wasn't. And I still go with, I think at least it kind of made sense where they got to kind of where they went to if you look at the design for Sonic, you know? The initial one. Like, I don't think it came from a place of just... I honestly think, yeah, they could have made it... Beyond that, though, I mean, I think story-wise, you either lean into what led to this current world line, right? That you're in, kind of thing. What is the past? Well, not, and have like some semi-canon kind of actual explains. Yep. Okay. But like I do think that the way to handle it would have been kind of like either you have it's an already maintained world, da 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 da, people just living their lives. And then it's just like you can even have the conflict be instead of having this magical MacGuffin villain, right? They should have gone Dinotopia with it, you know, the Dinotopia movie. I honestly think that would have worked better. Stylistically. Once you get there, there's no leaving kind of thing. And obviously the characters that you're following, your main cast there, are trying to get home. I honestly think that would have worked well. That's why I specifically referred to the movie. And either you can have it be, yes, they get home, or no, they don't, but they settle in. Yes. But the problem is that it's not really a Minecraft movie now, is it? It's a Minecraft Legends movie. Or Dungeons. But it's not, because in those games... Not Dungeons, because there is actually a society already kind of built. It's not regular Minecraft, because... yeah. The only thing it can be is it's technically kind of based off Legends, but the problem is, by going all in on a version, or a spin-off that did not succeed, it's the dumbest choice. Of all, like, the ways to go about it. I do feel that way. And people will enjoy the movie for now, but as soon as it's out of theaters, I just don't think that it's gonna stick. This isn't gonna be a movie that people put on to just kind of like watch. And I think that the unfortunate thing is that it in theory could have been. I mean, with such a sandbox game, you can honestly even go in the whole route of just kind of... Do I have any stairs? I think I do, actually. Yeah. Although I need more stairs. Perfect. Yeah. I don't disagree. No, you have ways to handle it. Or, like I said, make it like a multiplayer server. And it's just a world that lives, and you have people you trust with things, and people you don't trust with things. Obviously. But being more serious, the sad thing is well, it is succeeding. It's gonna kind of sort of not do... How do I put this? Definitely not gonna do the numbers it could have done. Because you're still gonna have way more people who just choose not to go see it. Even if a large majority do choose to go see it. The thing is, it's not. The first one certainly has that. Hello, Snow. But the second one won't have that going for it. Alright, I've done the spins. Especially if the Netflix series that I'm pretty sure is still supposed to come out this year, right? Does? And then you create an actual standard? Like, think about that. Like, they better hope that that is... That the, Yeah. I mean, basically, the reason it succeeded is very simple. They made their actors keep their mouths shut. There really is nothing else to it. And yeah, that's how you kind of have a successful movie. Because if they didn't, it wouldn't matter how good the movie would be. People wouldn't want to see the movie. And let me be clear. You can like the movie. I'm not going to say you don't have to like the movie. I'm not saying you do either, by the way. Let me be clear here, but... realistically, I don't think it's going to be something that sticks around. Well, the thing is, nobody has said the movie's good. Notice, the scores it gets are basically mid. Except for, like, on Rotten Tomatoes, but, you know. Ironically, everywhere else seems to have pretty much been more... giving it like a 60. To 50. Which does technically mean that it's... yeah, like I said, I honestly think that it's... A, it's gonna be remembered for the bad things, not the good things. Like, the movie theaters being messed up after each showing. And... yeah, it'll be remembered for being dated memes, too. Because... the problem is, because they went with, how do I put this? They dated their movie, basically, by adding those memes. Weirdly enough. That is where I'm kind of left with it. Like, on its own, it could maybe have been fine, but... being so determined to... yeah. Well, I guess just give it like another... probably... 2 weeks. Once pretty much everyone's seen the movie. It'll probably start dying down. I mean, it already kind of has, if you look at it. I mean, it already has started. Well, I think a good example will be, again, to use the Mario movie, since that also had Jack Black and had things like that in it. Although, weirdly enough, the theater was not as dirty afterward, right? That's a lot. The point being, people were referencing it for like a couple weeks. Once it was out of the theater, it just moved on to the next thing. It's just kind of how people go with internet culture, unfortunately. Because they gotta be in on the next big thing. Yeah. Honestly, I like I said, I think... once the next big thing comes out, I don't know what it's gonna be. Yeah, okay, I like that every time I come over here I can actually hear creepers. It means that this is working so much better. Now that I've lit up some caves. It's so nice. It's so nice. Still slow, but much faster than it was. Soon, I will actually feel comfortable making myself some TNT. And then maybe I just have to blow up the mountain. Because that is coming down, just to be clear. For two reasons. One, to add more city buildings. I need one for honey. But two, and I do think this is important, I want this view back here to be much more visible. Not necessarily that. I'll probably clean it up some, but this. This is what I want to be visible. At some point. Like I said, I want to let it kind of... I really wanted to find some more of these caves, though. I think the more caves I find, the better... I mean, obviously, the better the output will be. Realistically. Also, probably should have gone with campfires. I didn't, though. The weirdest thing is I occasionally get rotten flesh in there, and I'm like, there's no zombies. I can't figure where that's coming from. Maybe the water streams? Or having the occasional drowned form, but that's the best I can think. But yeah, no. Like I said, I think, honestly, with the movie... Nah, otherwise there'd be chicken. Like I said, I think... I really do think I wish they had gone with the Dinotopia kind of thing. I know there's a lot of people who don't like that movie, but I think as a concept it's an interesting one. And you can have it be the happy ending. They get home. Instead of just being trapped there. Voila! Boom. It'd have been... Yeah. Well, the only reason is I was saying, because basically the concept would be you fall through this portal, right? Like you were saying here as well, but... And that leads you to a place you could never have predicted existing. Because in reality, it just doesn't. Everyone who lives there is just used to it. And it goes into the whole... You're not really gonna see. Yeah. Yeah. Beyond that, though, like I said, I think... There's just certain things that you can't really go with if you don't do stuff like having it be, well, multiplayer, if you will. You end up with a lot more plot holes, like, okay, so how has the main character not gone insane? He's lived alone for who knows how many years. In a land in which he most likely never ages. And has no idea what, like, time period is or anything like that. Instead, if you go with it being kind of like, yeah, time. Obviously, it stops for you once you enter, to some extent, but then you at least have other people. It's the kind of thing that you kind of need. But overall, like I said, I don't know. I think it could have... Or heck, lean into the concept that there is no way back. The portal thing... instead go with it being, like, thought to be a one-way ticket. There's no idea how to make it work going back. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, I just think... having an enemy that doesn't exist in the base game... it doesn't even really completely exist in Legends. So not even the spin-offs are really that either. Dumb move. It should have instead leaned into current. They have villagers. Yes. But they still talk like villagers. They don't, like, talk like people. There's, like, no interactions kind of thing like that. So it makes it much more difficult to have it be, oh, well, he's interacting with them. Yeah, I've heard. And they didn't even use element animations. What do I want to do for the sides? Maybe... east? Yeah, I guess. I just think... like I said, I honestly think even if you can understand them, there's just a certain level of... oh, but then you have to explain why the other characters can't understand. The whole thing becomes a mess. Is the problem. Oh well. No matter how you kind of handle it, because you either have to explain... now you have to explain, how does this work? Why does this work? But only for one character. It's things like that to me. It's just like... you can smooth it. I still go with the fact that there's also been announced a Netflix series, right? Which is probably also going to be bad, let's be real, but at least it's going to be animated. There's that at least. Like, that's the thing to me, like, I go every time. So you're gonna literally have people comparing... potentially, but it still makes things awkward. Because obviously none of the other characters understand, so you can't just have it be translated for you. You have to have it just be... Either they're talking and you can't understand a word they're saying. Alright. But no, I'm serious. I don't even know what they're going to specifically do, but I can already tell you it's going to get compared. And thus it's going to cause problems, one way or the other. Even if it's the most Netflixy of Netflix adaptations. And you know what I mean when I say that. Yeah. It does not feel very... Yeah. It's the you didn't think it through kind of moment, you know? Well, that's true. Well, maybe they'll add that. Maybe they'll add that to the next update. Along with the other things that they're so far adding. Kind of line up with the movie a little bit. So, you know, maybe there's that. Although they probably won't, because they don't really... They never have features that are truly great for multiplayer or truly great for single player. They kind of just go in between, and then it just kind of... And they lean more towards the multiplayer, but it's still not great. And it doesn't help. Well, you can kind of sort of do that now, or you will be able to. Although not with villagers, but you will be able to have leash trains. So you're half right of the leashes. Not chains, but... You can't chain villagers. Okay, no, never mind. Butterflies and rainbows. No, it's not that. But you will be able to make a line of leaded animals, apparently. That you can literally take, like... Because that's what was in the snapshot. Where you can leash a wolf to a sheep and all that. And that's gonna be a thing. Yeah. The problem is you can't actually... I know why you can't leash villagers, but at the same time... It does feel a little frustrating. It's weird that you can do everything else, though. It's kind of worse. So... In a lot of ways. But it will be definitely cool to be able to have the boats and all that. I don't know, I've felt it before, I still feel it's just kind of odd where their lines are. In the sand. Welcome back. Yeah. It's just one of those things where it's like, feels not thought out. Or logicked, I guess. Yeah. I mean, I could guess why they're thinking, because they're thinking of the imagery, but then it's like, okay, then you should instead reward the player for, doing things in a different way. Well, the two things is one, apparently, supposedly, at least potentially Java, but probably both versions, because they both already existed in theory. Hello, Nameless. How you doing? Would have some autonomy already over themselves, or they're supposed to, because that was part of the deal that Notch. Kinda worked to gain. There we go. But this won't show because there'll be another building here. You can see there. Or I guess I could do the 2s. And there'd be a 3 window in between. Yeah. Alright, yeah. Alright. The way we're going to handle this is these are going to be kind of having fake windows on these two sides. Kind of like what I've already started doing a little bit here. You can see up top if I go to the inside. Yeah, these should be fine. 5 showing. Like that. But feels like there's light even if there's not. That's kind of the concept. Since this building's already the... What do we want this to be? I feel like it should be its own thing. Realistically speaking. I still kind of like the idea, even if it's, Hmm? Well, the thing is, I go into the buildings, so... The concept is more the outside part, not the inside. That's why these are gonna all have, like, that. See? Yeah! No, I already know how I want to do it. So, for the sides that are not encapsulated by buildings, the windows are just normal. And yeah, you can just look out into the alley below. I do kind of have an idea here. Can I hop up? I don't think I was gonna be like, I don't think I can. Oh, I fell down. I'm just trying to think of how it's gonna look and all that. But yeah, the concept is that there's already some shiny kind of looks to, it's just not real. Oh, I still have time. Here, let me build up the facade a second here. I do need to put the floor in, but... I'm gonna take this down a second so I can hop up here. After we put this like this, so I can take it down afterward. Not a good height. Or would it be better to be one higher? Maybe again like this one. 2, 3, 4. And then it's actually 5. I can have that grand entrance. Alright. So far we have this one being 1, 2, 3, 4, and this would be here. Maybe instead. So that kind of really... There. But it just kind of gives more of a look here. Alright, okay, so... I can get up still. Alright. There we go. And then here we can just, again, like so. Ta-da! Okay. I definitely should put the floor in. I think unlike the one next door, the semi-cozy feeling but old and kind of worn down. Well, they are important, yes. By the way, what am I doing tomorrow, guys? I'm doing this. Alright. You don't know? I need to pick something here. I mean, obviously we've been kind of doing just a little bit of everything. For the most part. We did Minecraft. Yep, I'm gonna take some of the sand I have here. And some gravel. Only one stack each, though. Not really. There's a game I'm waiting on, but the game doesn't come out till, next month. So, it doesn't really help. I need black dye. Do I have any squid? Yes. Let me see. How much would I need? Do I need? Can't remember. Definitely not that much. Steam and the Switch. Alright, it should be that, and then fair enough. At least to start with. I hear you, buddy. Alright. Fair enough. But yeah, that's just kind of how it goes. I guess, because I did this yesterday, so Yeah, you're gonna interrupt me? How does it go work, mister? You know, ironically. Yeah, I don't want to do it that way. I could do it that way, but it's annoying. I just realized I'm carrying feathers around. I don't need to be carrying feathers around. What did I pick up? Picked up more feathers. Of course. I gotta leave the eggs as is. I'll get those back later, but... now we have the empty room for a bucket. Yeah, like I said, I'm good on pretty much anything. I'm not, like, too fussed. Overall. I'd like to keep it something I've already been doing, but... Yeah, I hear ya. Alright. So... And then we just do the same thing here. Okay. Alright. And then let's just grab pickaxe. Just wait a second. Boom. No. There we go. I guess. Because I refuse to make the concrete machine, I'm gonna be honest. Alright, so this is 3 wide. Alright, and there, and there, and there, and there. I kind of wish we had something a little bit less. Oh. Fair enough. I mean, it works. It definitely does. It does. It just gets annoying after a while, at least with the, put them all down at once. I just have to kind of stack up once. That's just how I look at it, so... Yeah. Mm-hmm. Alright. I don't know, I kind of like the idea of doing like a secondary kind of like just store like this. There we go. Obviously I need to make more, but clearly we'll be able to probably have most of it. Mm-hmm. The design's kind of just based around the idea of what looks good together. Plus, like I said, I think this one is going to be more of a store again, because this is an inn. Well, most places here would be having places for you to stay, due to the nature of the place that we're in. Other than that, though, yeah. I suppose technically what I could do here... And I jump to that. Almost. I can probably if I do a little bit more work. Yeah. Go sleep. But like I said, it's just like kind of I go with some vibes. Store. Da da da. It helps a lot to kind of have something to visualize. I'm gonna grab some food. Oh, right, I forgot. You know, you would think that they would fix that. But they won't. Yeah, that's what I'm good at. This is the mixing and matching. Honestly, I do wish we had more purples and blacks and blues. Even if it's, whether it's from Ninda or something else, because that's what I would probably do for an inn building. Yeah, it'd be nice to have something like that, but... But, like, to break down kind of, like, how I would go about it is I look at kind of the biome and everything and what's in it and how it feels and all that. Take the blocks. Like, I think if I had the blocks to be able to do it and they had, like, for an end style building, what I would do, for example, would be the windows would be made of ice. Probably packed ice so they don't melt, but... That's not really being artistic here. It's more kind of just leaning into a more, how do I put this? Like, I can understand why you would think that it's just about that I'm specifically doing that, but that's not really where I'm going with it. There. Okay. Oh, maybe I need to go back one. Nah, I like the idea kind of for both of these. It's just kind of like that. I wish we had the triple wide doors, and yeah, I am doing this on purpose. I might switch them out for the other ones. Here, 1 second. Let me do this instead. Give a smoother look. That way the sides are like that, but then you have that nice smooth there. Perfect. Alright, and then we need some things for the sides of the building as well. Alright. Let's just go over here. Oh, mess up. Super messed up. Yeah. Alright, let's try this again. Alright. Alright. Why is it not? I should be able to land on this one. Yeah. Perfect. Alright, but it's not really about kind of, it's more like, it's about thinking about kind of how it'll look. I don't know how to explain it. So I like the way that that was, but I'd like more of an awning kind of thing here. I'm going to lean into here really quickly. I'm just trying to quickly get a thing done for just a picture. Gonna do these again. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. Alright. Got one of those. Got those. Alright. Now see, on this one I did it like that, but for this one what I'm thinking is... if I can get up here a second. Didn't jump the right spots. Yeah, should be possible. Alright. Well, I guess technically, nope, can't go around. Alright, let's just try. There we go. Alright, so what I was going to do here is... I don't want it there. I want it here. Kinda. Let me take these out like this. Put them in the middle like that. And I'm gonna need a few more stairs to kind of fill the sides here, but and one more of the other as well, but kind of show from this side, I guess. Yeah. Stylistically, I think it works well. Alright. Let me grab some... Let me just go see what I've got, actually. If I have anything I could just use, that'd be great. Okay. Perfect. And... Perfect. Alright. Although I might... Yeah, he definitely is. I'm trying to finish really quickly. Trying to make decisions. I might go out one more on each side. Just to make it feel a little bit less, not that he's spoiled, it's that he's like, it's my time. And he is right, I do need to finish. I'm just trying to get a little bit more, kind of just so that I can have a good picture. Yep. He's like, please love me. And I'm just like, I do. But you don't want to behave. You think I don't know what you did earlier, cat? Alright, and then... I don't like that. And then... I don't think I have any fences right now. Yeah, he would. I actually have to do using the spruce, I think, for this. Alright, just want to see how this looks. I don't think it's gonna look that great, but I'm gonna try anyway. Actually, that's pretty cool. kind of creates a little extra space there. I don't think I need this one if it's 3 to a thing, so... yeah. Alright. There, and there. Alright. So you got that, kind of like that. And then you can also have a little bit of, well, I can have the lanterns kind of hang down as well. And it will look better once I have, things. Let me go see how many, I know what to do. Ow. Alright. Okay. Yep. So, Snow, what do you want me to do tomorrow, since you tend to have an actual opinion? I'm curious. No, whoops. I think that's gonna look too, because it's gonna be too close to the... Having it be something that's just kind of on here. Yeah. I'm gonna finish up that wall there. No vote. Alright, and then basically the way I'm gonna do this... Oh, I forgot to... I need a little bit more wood. Or is it that you don't care? Alright. I'm not spending 20 bucks, man. For a game I might play once. I was only asking because Snow was just talking. And then miraculously somehow just... disappeared. See? As I was saying, I'm pretty sure it's more along the lines of Snow just doesn't want to answer what he wants to hear me to play. Let's be real here. Ow. Well, I was just asking, since you actually do sometimes have an opinion, did you have an opinion on what I play tomorrow? I guess I can't see that. The idea is just kind of... There. That's my picture for the day. Anyway, no, I was just asking what you wanted to vote for streaming wise. Since everyone else was just said they don't care. I do believe it's technically a Minecraft day. But I'm not going to fuss too much about it. Oh, Seapolis? Sure. I was going to say, I'm not going to fuss too much about it since I was out on Monday due to headache. Alright, that makes it easy enough. We can do some more Seapolis. There. But see, now that we've done that, doesn't that feel much more kind of built? Kind of held together? I might add, like, chains down, kind of, but I think this works. Considering the concept of back here is just kind of more along the lines of shops that have not... these are the places that still exist. Even if they're kind of... Like, they don't even get, like, streetlights, necessarily. They gotta have their own lighting. Yeah. You love the wall? Or that wall? Fair enough. Because either way, fair enough. But, yeah. Hmm? Yep. Well, I mean, currently I'm just kind of working through... That's what I figured. You can see I'm just kind of changing things up and trying to start doing, like I said here, I've decided this... floor hasn't gone away, it's just up there now, to the second floor where it'll go. You'll have an elevator in here, basically, and it's gonna be a department store. First floor being toys. So I've changed it up to do that as well. And then this, I don't know what I want it to be. I do feel like I have quite a few little, like, places to stay. For different kind of people and everything as well. But I do... Don't know exactly what I want to do with it. Though a building being behind, it could easily also be just some form of store, but it's something that's just kind of more like you go to, like, if you're staying here, instead of having to basically walk and hope that you just go down one building and then you can just kind of make it over here. Maybe. The grand feeling of the first floor, which is going to be here, is not like... You're right. Maybe it was something else before, but now it's kind of used as like a trading kind of bargain kind of place. As you go up the floors or something. And then obviously we'll have this one's back as well, and then that should be most of the building. We'll have like a building here and here as well, or maybe not here. Maybe, yes, maybe no. There'll be one more building here, there'll be a building definitely here, maybe one more here. Obviously there'll be a building there, and then that's pretty much, we're going to have this be a road through to there, and we're going to have buildings up in there when it's been flattened. But it's starting to come together. I mean, obviously, none of the buildings are complete, but you're starting to get the feel of how the street will feel. I think it's a good start. I do like how like every building is different, but that they do feel like they kind of fit together cohesively. That's kind of where I've been trying to go with it as well. So while we've got a couple green buildings down the way, got a couple that have the red and pinks. The purples are matched up through these and a few other places. It is completely designed around the concept of, yeah. I need to do more light posts. We have a few. There's one there, and not sure where else. Yep. Well, I mean, that's kind of the idea, no, isn't it? These are the buildings that are still around, but yeah, they're that is literally what they are. They were one thing, and then now they're going to be something else. Back when the initial wall was built, not that one obviously, but the one that's behind it. Preventing the allow for access down to the ocean and everything. The buildings that would have been put in place and everything. A rush to get there and all that. And while some places might still have their initial use, such as this still being a department store, for example, or this probably will still be an apartment building, but then this building probably would have gotten built up later as a form of embassy. Since there's no real way to get back from the end, I'm not going to do one for the end for now. And again, unless there's an end update. But even then, I would want more colors of purples and blues to kind of fit in with that a little more. And then, like I said, they'll be building here. And they'll go down this way as well. We'll have warehouses. We'll have things over there. It'll all be good. It's a start. The warehouses, of course, will be places that hold things like wool factories and stuff. And they'll still kind of fit in because the idea will be this is how certain things are dealt with. One of the many jobs you can get is effectively a factory killer. Many jobs being like 4 or 5. And one of the safer jobs. But yeah, as it goes along, so some of the buildings are obviously going to clearly have been there much longer. Like, for example, this building. It's not going to be anywhere near as tall as any of the other buildings. They're going to end up being. Because it is a little hardware store. Even these buildings as well aren't going to be too tall, but they still will be taller. But that's the idea. Alright, I do need to finish though. Kitty is correct. I can't make him wait another second. Alright. Well, it's been a pleasure having you. I hope to see you again tomorrow for some Seapolis fun, as we'll be doing some Seapolis Submerged. I hope you have a wonderful day / night / whatever it is for you. Thank you for popping in. Thank you for sticking around. I hope you have a wonderful night's sleep if it is night for you. And, yeah.